And we are back. Look what I got here, ladies and gentlemen. The very last of these really sick Mario Kart jackets that I got at Target. Of my Target. I don't know if there's any more still going on. All I know is I got the last one in my size. It was ridiculous finding one in a large. But I finally got one. And I'm here to give you more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy as we continue on with Rise from the Ashes. I cannot wait. Just going to let everyone know that I am going to be live. Alrighty, now I'll plug in my controller first. There we go. And let's get in with the Day 2 investigation. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Huh?
Well, let's see. What is going on?
The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death at 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room.
What's this and the evidence room part?
The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to try and find out. Or try to, at least.
Alright, let's do it.
Unless she's in good spirits, I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this.
Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us.
I don't know, she's kind of been like an op this entire investigation, I'm not gonna lie. Like, she has done nothing but backhanded compliment us, if not just downright insult us, and slobnob Edgeworth to no end. So,
you know, I don't really think we should worry about the police. Shoot. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder.
Let me try that one more time. I could do it.
You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence. Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence room.
No biggie.
Like, do you see what I'm saying? She's like, it is like I have been saying over and over and over again. Everyone in Ace Attorney is some flavor of incompetent. Defense attorneys, prosecutors, judges, witnesses, even the victims themselves are some flavor of incompetent. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Just how dumb everyone can be in the Ace Attorney universe. Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
that oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum, kicked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water. My sister, erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they didn't really get along. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words from a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? The situation calls for one thing, and that is luminal testing fluid. Luminal? Blood is sticky stuff. Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone. Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. Testing blood stains with this stuff. Not drinking it. Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You got an extra pair of those? To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press A to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Well, it'd have to be around here, so... I can see your eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain? I think so. Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this specifically? The amount of it. There should be like a puddle, not just like one little spot. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, it'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright? I'm gonna mark up the floor plans while we find... I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah. And this stuff's pretty handy, too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid. Solution used for scientific investigations. Finds blood traces. Spray to use. You can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. And let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this spray on anything suspicious. Huh. I wonder how that fluid of yours will react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me on a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand! That's unforgivable! Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? One second, ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna give me a drink real quick. Sorry about that. So, you were a detective. So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes. It was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day, I dragged dirt out of the mouths of suspects after suspect. And before long, they called me the cough-up queen. And here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Or fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutes hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... what do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transfer the very day that Goodman was killed. And I suspected. SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? It was when I grabbed the chief prosecutor on the shoulder. She dropped that phone on the pavement. That's when you heard her talking about the muffler, right? Little did I know, it was a trap. The red car's muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler. What was Miss Sky really trying to say? I wonder. What was Miss Sky really trying to say? I wonder. Could you take a look at this? You. Yes? You? Okay, no, it's just a hot tea bullshit. Even though you presented this, you should have more to talk about. Okay, so yeah, no, she's gonna talk about the knife. I'll show her the luminol fluid. Let's see what we get. Let's just spray the dog shit out of her with the luminol fluid. Like we could... It's got her name on it! Someone used to mark to write their name on this. I'm a Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where you might... Well, you never know where something might be... You never know where something might go down. Just what kind of a world do you think we live in? One where the police arrest the first suspect they see without getting any kind of proper evidence,
any evidence they do get is either forged, and if not forged, whatever witnesses they have lie on the goddamn spot, and it's always for the stupid, craziest, insane reasons why they lie, and the murderers are just as insane, crazy, and stupid. Who kills a man because they tainted a winning record? You still won. The record's still valid. You're still good. You just got a little black mark. Just one tiny incidental black mark. Because you forged evidence because you wanted to be a jackass. That's the kind of world we live in the Ace Attorney universe, Phoenix.
A body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude.
Gratitude?
Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been suspected. No wonder. You know what it means.
And no more.
Still, it's strange. Why did our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready?
I'm just gonna stop talking real quick. Let's see if we can get...
This rope. Is it?
Yep. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body.
So, wait. Emma, god damn it. That's about as red as a sports car can get.
Yep. It's pretty red, alright.
Body was found in Edgeworth's car trunk. And the lock on the trunk was broken too. So the question is, why did Miss Sky choose his car? So, what model car is it?
I think it was called a sedan? Or a coupe? Something like that.
Those are car types. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things.
Maybe it is about time I got my driver's license.
That's where we found that note.
221 SO9. The SO9 incident.
Case that was due for transferal the day of the murder.
The detective in charge of that case was the victim.
I wonder what kind of case this SL9 incident thing was.
It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number. Alright, let's talk to her more. Okay, I guess we can't. Alright, people. February 23rd, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Looks like Miss Sky is in questioning.
I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in two places at the same time? Can you imagine?
How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they'd arrest a suspect in the police department murder? Didn't Mr. Gant say they arrested a suspect in the police department murder?
Let's come back later.
Yay, we're in criminal affairs. We're in criminal affairs. Yay! February 23rd, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Wow. Everyone looks so deadly serious here.
Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department.
Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot.
It makes my head hurt.
Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene.
Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead.
I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Blue Badger. So, this is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, the future star of the police force.
The little changed from the one outside.
Well, the dancing badger, trademark, is still under development, you see. Oh, well, the dancing blue badger, trademark, is still under development, you see.
You have it trademarked?
Absolutely. It's cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter, and she burst into tears.
Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then. You'll give her nightmares. That must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen.
What? Detective killed in the evidence room.
Tell no one outside the police department.
No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything!
Someone's getting a demotion. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know, the killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure! He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. I love that. He's writing a novel. Oh, is this still the same thing? A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're burning. They're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. Just like a kid at an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. The blue badger is still writhing around today. Yay! Yay! Yay!
Oh. I'm sorry. I know people are kind of annoyed over this song and how it plays constantly over and over throughout the case. But throughout the entire case, I still love it. I still love it. It's cute, it's whimsical, and I don't know, I just like it. I also just really like the blue badger. It's just really cute as a design. It's really friendly looking, even though apparently kids are scared of it. I don't know. I really like the blue badger. And I saw that there's a company selling a doll of the blue badger for $40. I want it. I want it. And I'm gonna get it. And you can't stop me from getting it. Yeah, I was gonna take the jack. No, actually, no. I'm gonna keep it on. It's gotten a little cold in the room because I'm directly under a goddamn vent. So. Sorry about that. Got a message from a friend. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out its batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty.
The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. Look, the patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective.
You idiot! What were you thinking? Where's your head? Sir, it's right here, sir.
I guess he wasn't saluting. He was showing the detective where his head was.
They make a good pair. Yay, more Jake Marshall! What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room.
The scene of, oh, that's Phoenix. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime.
It sure seems that way. Oh!
What's wrong?
It's those cacti. It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight.
If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is that a guard station? Like, if all I want to know is if that's a guard station, where's the guard?
I have a feeling I know who he is already. Yipes. They sure are prickly. Must be the real deal.
I would think just one big one would be sufficient.
These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually.
How so?
Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her.
I'm not so sure I see the resemblance.
It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging there.
It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly.
A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy. A punchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it.
It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. I must go. My planet needs me. And Poochie died on the way back to his home planet. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here.
There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out where. Who went in and out there. Went in and out there,
That's what I meant to say.
Look on the floor. A lasso.
Looks like it's set up to trap something.
A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed.
You sure have an active imagination. Oh, we can't use the thing? Oh, wait a minute. Yes, we can. The evidence room is beyond that door.
Let's just walk in. It won't open.
You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. No, we haven't gone to the High Prosecutor's office, so let's go there.
Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday.
And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here.
I'm sure he's off doing important investigations.
I hope that's what he's doing. Guess we'll have to come back. Okay, well, let's see if Lana is done being investigated. Lana! Lana!
Do we present anything to her? Oh, Blue Badger. Could you take a look at this? Okay, no, it's T. I had one of those until 2 years ago. Back when you were the cough-up queen, right?
We found this ID card here in the parking lot.
Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's.
But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department.
That's impossible.
I wish I could be so sure.
Sorry about that. This is where the cars leave the lot.
The arrow on the ground makes it look like more of an entrance. Makes it look more like an entrance.
What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit.
Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose.
Aha! The theory of relativity.
What?
I've got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe, you know, was Mr. Relativity German, or was he British?
Okay, the theory of relativity, he was British. I'm pretty sure Hawking was British.
Mr. Relativity.
Are you sure that was his name?
Here, a phone. Let's see if it works.
Wait, okay, so now it's... E-block is through there. That's where visitors park.
So, Miss Stark climbed over the fence.
Seems so, yeah? Fence is 9 feet high at least.
Well, no time to think. Well, no time like the present. I think I'll give it a little try.
It's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a Lunchland Olympics team. Yeah, so there's no fucking way she jumped the goddamn thing. Okay, this area is reserved for prosecutors.
Anything I'm missing?
Let's...
Whoa! These are all case files! They're stacked up to the ceiling! There's even a ladder!
Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights.
You must have someone get them for him.
Okay, that's everything I did last case. Last investigation.
Just stealing his goddamn shit. You little rat. You little rat bastard.
Okay, is there anything I'm missing? There's gotta be, because...
This swinging door makes this place look like some kind of saloon.
Well, look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way.
Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch.
I'd say it'd be more of a... Yeah! Myself. The detectives in there look pretty busy.
Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action.
Somehow, the thought fails to excite me.
If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guardroom. But even I get flustered sometimes.
So you went straight to the scene of the crime.
I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes? In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time.
Could you take a look at this? Okay, never mind. Just gonna...
Okay, so I think we have enough evidence to... Like...
We should be talking about the thing now. Yeah, there we go.
That incident really opened my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I've ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone on fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well of. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops. I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I.
You haven't forgotten SL9.
There was another side to that case, a hidden side that we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us now. Wait, those lunches you sell? There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate.
Miss Starr's old boyfriends.
How many does she have anyways?
So when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence.
There has to be a connection. So, Rookie?
What?
It seems like you're serious about investigating this case.
Yes?
Then you should take this.
A Salisbury steak lunch?
I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat.
Steak lunch received from Miss Starr.
Miss Starr? Officer Marshall is here. Are you his... Are you guys going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. Now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall, You'll give that to Jake, like I asked you, won't you? You and Officer Marshall. Are you going out? Jake and I are cooperating on an investigation, that's all. We're just putting the past to rest. Thank you. Why do you care? Emma, why do you care? Emma, why do you care? This place is charged with frantic energy. As always. Huh? Wasn't that...
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Gumshoe!
Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence.
The criminal? You mean...
You heard about the police. You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal?
On the same day as the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department.
And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly.
Wait, don't leave.
If you want to know more, head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's good. He's down there having a good cry. Later.
He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Should we go to the guard station, see if Jake's there? No? Okay, then the police department. The detention center. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Was blowing my nose and also refilling my drink. February 22nd, detention center, visitors room. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things just get confusing. What was that?
sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator. I'd say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Hi. Greetings, sir.
Wait, I know who you are.
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
Officer Meekins, you're a guard here at the detention center?
No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir.
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report.
No, sir. How should I say this?
Wait, he isn't. Is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you?
Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir.
What? What?
Now, this is an unexpected turn of events.
I like his badge as him doing the... oh wait, it's 3 fingers.
Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Sir!
Ow! I could hear you fine, Officer Meekins. Why'd they let him keep the bullhorn?
Oh, sorry, the megaphone.
Why'd they let him keep the megaphone?
I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir.
So normally there's a guard at the evidence room.
That's right, sir. Because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall.
Marshall? You want to see Marshall? I'll show you Marshall. That's all I can do.
Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security monitor. Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yow! What the heck is this guy doing?
So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out.
He saw red. Everything went white. He saw red. And then he blacked out. That's funny. Red, white. That's the first thing I clocked. And he blacked out like he was in Pokemon because he lost the battle.
And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days?
Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir.
A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky.
Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecution's office. The prosecutor's office.
First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime?
Well, you see, sir,
Don't you think you should just confess?
but sir, there was nothing I could do.
Nothing you could do.
Sir, tell you the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I know, I was unconscious.
Next thing you knew, you were...
Huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
I keep getting Discord messages. Oh, I gotta... Hold on. Hit the good old do not disturb.
What?
Then, when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock!
Oh.
Oh, the...
Phew.
The controller almost fell from my lap. Oh, the shock! Oh, the sorrow, sir! Can you imagine how I felt?
The victim's body disappeared? That's some story.
I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir? Please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir! If you have to label me a perpetrator or a victim, sir, then label me victim! I would, but you happen to be in detention. And alive, and, well, at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that.
Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman?
Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side.
So you didn't know him?
Sir? I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir.
At least someone around here is more confused than I am.
Officer Meekins, this is for you. Eek! I'm scared of knives, sir.
It's okay. I just wanted to...
That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir. In my dream, sir. And I was being peeled.
On second thought, you don't have to look at that knife.
Huh. Still reacting to the knife. I guess he's been through a lot. Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir. Huh? I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she was one just like it. How she has one just like it.
Me? Why would I?
I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat?
I like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it!
What's what?
My head was blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir.
You mean you remember what happened?
Correct! That card! That card was the cause of it all!
This ID card?
Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing.
I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is you do remember?
Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far.
That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing! Suddenly, he pointed a knife at me!
Oh, he's doing the... Hold on.
That's the thing! Suddenly, he pointed a knife at me!
What?
Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Oh my God, Goodman!
Do unto others before they do unto you! My father's own words, sir.
What? Who's your dad? What happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I woke, I was here.
Right. So, Officer Meekins, why is it that they arrested you? Why is it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. Now, let me try that one again. And the victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir! That's what I wanted to say! That's it! I did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up here.
They told me that I had to be They told me that I had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said.
But you don't remember the events clearly.
No, but the videotape is quite clear.
Huh? Videotape?
From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on the tape.
And you waited until now to tell us this?
I'm sorry, real sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it.
No thanks, I have my own. Guess we better go check out the crime scene. Why did we come here? Hey, Mr. Wright! Look who's standing over at the chief detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant.
And you're sure this is...
Hold on.
And you're sure this is all, hmm? You know what it means if there is anything missing. You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushions, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scout the place again, sir.
The chief of detectives looks a little flustered.
Ha ha! Righto, my boy. How have you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant. Reporting for duty, sir.
Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy! Oh, Worthy! Oh, you...
Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on.
Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
It does look good having a It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sitting in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got something else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it. So he was caught for forging evidence.
Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean. The detective getting killed on their own turf too, I mean.
They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it.
I wasn't expecting much anyway.
You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. I can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of department's trap shut.
And he was the one you were picking on earlier.
Huh? You saw that. Whoops.
I wonder what it was he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him.
I was wondering, could you take a look at this?
Sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff, though. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. No, I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find the guy who can't seem to sit out... Go find the guy who can't seem to sit out there. The busy one.
The guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Ah, damn it, there's more I didn't read. Hold on, let me... Either him or the dancing blue badger.
Oh, sorry you had to see that.
What exactly did the chief of police want you to do?
Well, see over there. That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can.
So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. You didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st.
The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case.
Goodman's lost item report, added to the court record. Goodman's lost item report, a half-written document dated 2/21, can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Okay, never mind, so he's not going to say anything about it. ID 59. Isn't this... No. Guard station. Never mind. Detention center. Never mind. Underground parking lot. High prosecutor's office. Never mind. Fuck. Thinking maybe I was just checking, make sure I actually got everything. So, okay, let's go over to Criminal Affairs Department, and let's talk with you. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor.
Well, I never thought the day would come when Righto asked me for help.
I was wondering if I could investigate the evidence room.
Now, Righto.
Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all.
Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. Can I borrow $50? The fuck are you asking me for? Don't you ever ask me that question again. You piece of shit. Asking for my money? Fuck you.
Just completely flip. Just love the idea. He completely switches on a dime. He completely switches on a dime the second you actually ask him for the things he said he could give.
So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
Let me try to again. I like Gant. I like Gant so far. Like,
look, I know he's probably hiding shit, but I like him. He's got that grandfatherly warmth to him that I know is going to immediately turn on a dime the second I actually try and do my job as a defense attorney and see what this guy's all about. But I like him.
so let me try that again.
So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
It just goes to show you. It just goes to show. You never know.
No, I was right.
It just goes to show. You never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along, do your best now. Later, folks.
It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID.
You seem happy.
Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir.
I think this place is a bad influence on the girl.
Well, too fucking bad, Phoenix. She's in the shit now. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well. What made my bambina skivvy? What made my Sorry, folks, let me try that one again. Howdy, partners. Well. What's made my bambina skies so gray?
Officer Marshall! Why does it have to be him?
What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? You may have sunrise this. Oh, you may have surmised this is my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw?
Hello, Melly. Welcome to the stream. You'll be lurking. That's perfectly fine with me.
Well, what'd you stand around here? What you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting.
Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions.
Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres.
You're busy then.
Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Well, maybe be more receptive if we gave you this nice, delicious steak lunch.
That smell. Reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you are from Texas.
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Miss Starr.
What's this?
What? What's wrong?
A fillet steak lunch. I see!
I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall.
Alright, Bambina. You win. Ask me.
Oh, hold on, he's eating. Hold on, I can do this. I got a replacement. As good as I can do without any actual food.
Ask. Ugh. And a thing.
Finally. Finally. It seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us.
That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly.
He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, I might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job. You know?
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down on the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here, anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know?
Yeah, I know what he's mean. Every time they ask if I want, every time I go to Applebee's or a place like or Chili's or someplace like that, and they always have like a steak, like mashed potatoes or broccoli, I'll just give me 2 orders of fries and leave me be. And some steak sauce. Give me some steak sauce too.
Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rod-eyed wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in the prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago? The day of our case?
That's right. The evidence transferals.
Edgeworth was talking about the transferals, too. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about?
We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision until 2 years. For 2 years. So we can reinvestigate things. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out that there was a mistake. See?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
And that happened to SL9 2 days ago.
I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be dozens. Must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steak. The easiest ones to understand are these here cameras.
Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens to the tapes, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard. And you reckon?
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
Thus the card reader by the door.
The card reader leaves a record of every ID that passes through.
Whose ID is just 3, 6, 7 sevens? They think they're lucky? So they're not. So we got 8730579, 4989596, 5842189. That is Detective Goodman's, and one that's right underneath the thing. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Well, see this? This is the victim's ID card.
One that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. 4989596. So it's the 2 from before. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 514, right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
Hold on. That's the thing. Suddenly, he pointed a knife at me.
If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
All right, compadre. You win. I guess I could give you this ID card record.
ID card record added to the courtroom. Yay! I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. ID card record, IDs of all who entered the evidence room on 212. Alright, just to be safe, I'm going to... Oh, he left.
Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what this is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright.
It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Stupid man. A dumb, stupid man.
Edgeworth isn't here. Also, Normelli, I don't know if you're still here, but if you look at the screen, you can see on the back of Edgeworth's shelf back here, there's a Steel Samurai statue. Meaning he was legitimately a fan of Will Powers, the Steel Samurai. And we can also see Edgeworth's debut jacket. This is when he has his first case, which will be very important later in the series. Yes, the samurai. Yes, Normelli. The Steel Samurai makes another cameo. He showed up in Turnabout Goodbyes as a giant floaty, and now he is in this as a tiny statue behind Edgeworth's shelf. February 23rd, Evidence Room, Sector 3. Also, I got a new microphone. Is this the next game? No. This is... Okay, so... As I've said a few times during the streams, when Ace Attorney... When the first 3 games were made, they were made in 2001 on the Game Boy Advanced in Japan. Those games, the first game ended on Turnabout Goodbyes, which is the 4th case. That's the one we did last time, which was the 6-hour stream. This was an added case that was made for the DS exclusively when they were being ported and when they were being remade on the DS, because they had to find a way to make it work with things like the DS microphone and the touchscreen capabilities. So it's basically just like a remake light. And this was a case that they made for the DS because it does some things like testing for fingerprints, luminol fluid spraying, and stuff like that. So yeah, this is just an extra case that they added to this game for the DS, and it made it onto this. People don't really like this case that much because they say like contradicts some stuff, but I like it because I like the storytelling and what they do with Edgeworth as a character and how that naturally progresses his story into Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations, and even after that. So I like Rise from the Ashes, which is the name of this case. It's also the only case in Ace Attorney that isn't labeled Turnabout. Here, let me get something to drink. Not sponsored.
It's quiet. The investigation must be over.
So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Hey, it's Gumshoe. Whoa!
Sorry. I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true? What I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. Can I borrow $50? Who the fuck are you to ask me for $50? Fuck you, man. Don't ask me for money. So, go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, it's true.
So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me?
This man is so broke, it's fucking with his brain.
This man is so broke, it's fucking with his brain.
Oh, that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of investigation from today.
Just for today? Boss for a day?
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you'll want to have this.
Evidence room floor plans. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Let me... I've already seen a few things. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this there.
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detectives responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging a lot. Seems like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck his shirt in. Under that trench coat either.
If you're going to talk behind someone's back, do it right in front of them, pal.
Damn, Phoenix, you have to... Oh, shit. What? What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright? What if there are other blood stains left in this room? We should use your testing fluid to check it out. Just let me use the luminol fluid. Don't make me have to actually present. God damn it.
Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If you see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing.
That's fine.
You bet it's fine, pal.
Alright, fuck it, let's just talk to him. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again.
I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Ha ha! Of course! I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess it's what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we can get him to tell us more about that case.
This place is more high-tech than you can think. Every lock is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint.
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint.
Okay, so this is interesting. So, Gumshoe has two things in his locker. An extra jacket, and he has a photo of someone hanging in his locker door. That character is going to show up next game. So after we're done with this and move into Justice for All, she's going to be the next... She's going to be in that.
So the only locker we can open is your own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handlers. There's a trick to the handles, see?
Curious. Yeah, again, she shows up later. She's a nice character, and I like her, and I wish she showed up more, but the funny thing is that because this game was made for the DS, the writers, and because the Gyakuten Saiban games, which are the Ace Attorney series in Japan, they were done on the Game Boy, so all the story could be told through the DS, just linearly. That's great. It has to be done straightforward, and we had this extra game, we had this extra case, they were able to make that little Easter egg.
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it,
Zap! You get shot.
if that's what happened, I'll be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about that fingerprint lock.
Evidence locker. Only the assigned detectives can print. Only the assigned detectives' prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Yeah, so there's a few things we kind of have to discuss. The paint here. What is Hassan Paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Okay, I'm going to say this. I love the Blue Badger. I love the little tune that plays when the Blue Badger is shown at any point. I love it. There is a plush of the Blue Badger that I want. It's $40. I'm going to get it. Nobody's going to stop me. I'm going to buy that plush, and it is going to be in the most visible places I could ever put it because I love this goddamn thing. It is so cute and so friendly looking. Also, just know, Normelli, you are going to hear the theme song of the Blue Badger a lot during this case. Please be aware.
Well, you might say this is my studio.
Here, in the evidence room? Alright, so let's scan this glove.
Someone left a glove here? But only one glove.
Is that square picture? Yes, the little... Hold on. Yeah, this is the Blue Badger. Here he is. Here's my boy. Here's the Blue Badger. I love him. I love him. He was so cute. And there's gonna be, I think, in later, like during when we get to the 3DS era of games, there's going to be 2 other mascots that are made. Oh, like a police, not a badger as in the animal. Yes, that's okay. So my girlfriend didn't know about the Blue Badger. So she looked at things and she looks at it and she goes, "What the fuck is this?" And I tell her it's a sentient police badge. That's what he is. The Blue Badger is a sentient police badge. He is a police badge come to life. He's not an actual badger. He is a badge. I love the Blue Badger so goddamn much. He is cute. I love him.
Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? Detective Gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know?
You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove, tagged evidence from the SL9 incident, extremely thin rubber glove. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal. Make me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence. Take a closer look. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together?
Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place.
Yeah, this is what I like. Okay, I love this so much. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so we need to actually build the rest of this. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's find what goes to... There we go. Oh yeah, I'm cooking with grease now. Damn it. No. No. On the right end. Oh, I see. Hold on. Hold on. Let me... No. No. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm getting it. So you get over. No. It's a Reggie. There's no binary. They'd have to put the binary on there. Yeah, you'd have to literally learn how to read Braille to get the rest of them. Turn it around. Yeah. No, I know. My muscle memory is kicking in. I'm remembering this. Bam. Red dots equals Reggie. Yeah. No, that's fair. I see what you're saying.
Huh? Well, I think we did it. But some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with.
Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken.
Unstable jar. Jar pieces back together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Unstable jar added to the court record. I see more paint up here, but we can't click on it, so I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, let's check on this.
Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker? Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Okay, can we use the luminol fluid now? Can I use the thing that the game wants me to... Don't go back to Gumby. Fuck! Oh, I know. Is that... Oh, wait, hold on. It's different dialogue. Oh, shit. No, I'm not speaking. Fuck, let me try that again. Let me try that again.
You can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents.
No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system.
After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead at the prosecutor's office.
Okay. This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would?
Hey pal, our security is high tech around here.
If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Okay, is there something else I'm missing? Because I would really like to do the luminol fluid testing. Now, we already touched on the blood here. Spray tea. Yeah, I want to spray. Can I spray? Please let me spray, game. Game, let spray. Spray, game, let.
Allow me to say, okay.
But you already know what the... Okay. Alright. Alright, Dick Sneeze. The tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? You know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? God damn it, no, I meant to check on it. Here we go. Hey, look! They're hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think Detective Goodman somehow got this on? Do you think Detective Goodman somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months. Maybe longer. This jar was evidence in the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. No, I already got through that. You gave this to me. Why are you saying you know nothing about it? You literally gave it to me, man.
This is my crowning achievement. My masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal.
Art? Oh, so yeah, Gumshoe built this thing. He didn't make the Blue Badger, but he did build this. Like the thing that you're seeing right now. He built this. It's supposed to dance, but but he did build this. Art? He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony.
He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony. But there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. So they took the blue badger away for a while.
Really? Why?
Again, he didn't come up with it, but he built this. And it's outside the police department, and it does dance.
Really? Why?
Oh, they said it was shameful, or something like that. Shameful! I toiled night and day!
I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it.
That's the victim's That's the victim. Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax.
That's only because you always lose your card.
I always forget my secret number, too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough! What's the world coming to?
Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system.
Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day!
Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal! I got an award for diligence myself!
Huh. Congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently, he's forgotten. Alright, I don't remember... I legit don't remember what I have to do. Like, don't remember what I have to do to be able to actually test the luminol fluid. Maybe I have to talk to someone else. No. I'll go to the guard station.
That sheriff's back in the Wild West. The sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. And the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
This is neither wild nor west here.
Aha! But that and this are two different things entirely.
I guess so. Huh. I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Maybe you at least could tell us about some of this stuff. Alright. Oh. Alright, fuck you too, man. Alright. Alright, we got nothing. We're getting nothing from this guy. Alright. Wow! Look at this big pile of junk in the corner! That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Oh wow, it's all the stuff from last case. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it.
Wait, I've seen that somewhere before.
Right, pal.
Ugh. What a damn bot.
Right, pal. That's the metal detector. The one that led to solving that case out on Gourd Lake, remember?
Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And huh. I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap-looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You just gotta look at that hard.
I do believe that comes in next game. I do believe the bug sweeper is important next game. Alright, well... I legit don't know, and maybe I can... Edward's knife?
Found him, Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, no, we already gone through this the first time we asked him about it. No, we actually didn't get to examine the blood. This must be the victim's blood, right?
Either that,
Edgeworth cut him. No, we did this already. Fuck. No, yes. How do I show him? Like, it feels like I have to do something. In this locker, we already went through that. He's gonna open up his locker. We're gonna see the thing. Yeah, there's a little picture. It's a cute picture. I'm not gonna lie, it's really cute. There's gotta be something because I need to use the luminol fluid. But it's not letting me use the luminol fluid for this thing that I need to use the luminol fluid for. And I can't remember how to use the luminol, and I can't remember what I need to do to use the luminol. And I don't want to rely on autoplay. And I'm not going to do that. If I do that, I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch who don't know how to solve puzzle games. And I'm not going to be a bitch. So I'm going to talk to Meekins. Maybe he'll know. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this?
I'm sorry, sir, really, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. Oh, wait a minute. Huh. This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Yeah, we already examined the blood on the thing. I'm like legitimately lost right now. When in doubt. Let's watch the Blue Badger dance. Also, yeah, Normelli, you're going to be hearing this tune a lot. If you're staying throughout as much of the stream as you can, you're going to hear this theme a lot. I'm just warning you. Gave this to us, but okay. Fuck. At least it's not yeah, at least it's not annoying. The fuck do I... Okay, I have to at least show him something. He has to at least know something.
That's the photo that Miss Starr took.
Anything you can tell us about it?
That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I can remember. Why, I remember. It was winter. I was 16. He was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened.
16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. What happened? What happened, Gumshoe? Okay, same thing about the note. We can't show him the phone because he doesn't know or care about the phone. I don't know if he knows about the... Okay, yeah, no, he doesn't know anything about the shoe. We already examined the shoe last time. Gibbons lost item report. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. Maybe this. No. Fuck. I talked about the switchblade. Hey, talk about your card. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time. The murder. Whoa!
What is it?
Oh, okay. Here we go. That second number.
It's not your ID. Is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What do you mean, Edgeworth?
Also, I got a new microphone, by the way. New headphones, new microphone. I used to use a Blue Yeti Snowball. I am now using a HyperX microphone, and it's making the world of difference right now. What I can tell from when I watch back the VODs, it's making a world of difference. If there's any issues with the audio, please let me know so I can hopefully adjust them in the future. I'm still trying out some new methods on making the audio more clearer, making the audio more... I remember when people used to suggest using a Blue Yeti. I mean, they're not bad microphones. Like, I used that Blue Yeti for a long time for a reason. That was because it was really good. But I also bought that at, 6 years ago? And I needed to change. If I'm trying to do this more regularly and more professionally, then I need to actually upgrade my stuff. And so I'm using the HyperX. I believe it was called the... HyperX Quadcast 2. Not sponsored. Not sponsored. I'm absolutely saying not sponsored. Just saying I bought this because I needed a new microphone, because I wanted a more professional mic. Again, if there's any audio issues, anything going on with my vocals, like you can't hear me as properly, or things are getting picked up that shouldn't be, please let me know. I am really trying my best to make my audio sound as good, as crisp, as clean as it can possibly be.
Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
What the fuck was he doing here? What the fuck was he doing here?
ID card record, ID of all who entered the evidence room on 2/21.
Why would Edgeworth have to come to the evidence room?
Now that was a bloody violent case.
Violent? So it was a murder.
A serial killing.
A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved. Maybe I don't want to get involved in... Maybe I don't want to get involved... Shit. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
Someone used an imprint of the thumbprint. Maybe that, maybe. Around this time, yeah, maybe.
But the killer made a mistake. And Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
People can do that. Yeah, people can do that. Yeah, especially nowadays where our phones all activate when we put our thumbs on the screen so they can scan our shit. That's why I don't do that. That's why I just like stick to keeping a code, because at least with the code, you know, it's just I don't need to have my finger or thumb or butt print so that people can activate my shit. At least with the number, it's just randomly generated whatever's in my head, or is like an important date that only I would know or remember, or something like that.
And this was 2 years ago.
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill.
Rumors. Forged evidence?
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So that switchblade knife.
The victim took
the knife out of the evidence locker himself.
Okay, so now we have all this. I think we need to go talk to Jake now and show him the list. Hopefully this will do something. Fuck. Maybe Edgeworth's in his office now. Please be in your office. 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 God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Meekins, maybe you know about something. No, you're not gonna know shit about shit. Okay, so now we know that Edgeworth's name was on here. There's 2 others we need to figure out. Well, yeah, no, there's 2 others we need to figure out. Who 4989596 is, and who 777777 is. And also 777777 showed up on 4:20 p.m. Nice. Maybe I can... Wait, hold on. Maybe I can use the luminol fluid now? No. Emma?
That's the door we just came in through.
Looks like you don't need an ID card to get... Looks like you don't need an ID card... Looks like you don't need an ID card... Fuck it. It's because I have like a cough drop in my mouth. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out.
I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside.
Let's hope he remembers we're in here. Okay, so... Fuck, what else do we do? I legit have nothing, because we scanned it, and I can't... I think there was just like the damn spray option. I just had to look into the court records. That's all I had to do. God damn it.
I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What? What's the matter, detective? It's locked. It's mine.
It's yours?
Please, you have to help me when they come take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans.
Counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
Is Gumshoe a detective for the police? ACAB? While I don't agree with ACAB, it says a lot that the police detective is telling us to not trust the police. That's all I'm saying. It's really interesting.
What? But you're a detective.
He what? What? What is he wetting? What, ACAB? Oh, ACAB is an acronym. It means all cops are bastards. And it was really popular around like the it was really popular around like 2020, 2021. And it's still used, but not as much as it is because, well, I'm not going to say all cops are bad. The amount of bad that we have seen from the police is heavily outweighing the good we see from them. And I know, I'm friends with a few law enforcement. One of them was a coach for the girls bowling team back in my high school. Really nice guy, really cool guy, like him a lot. But that's really the only one. I don't know what the rest of the police are like. I've had fairly friendly, fairly nice interactions with police. I've never had any violent altercations, but I'm also half African American, and the police haven't really been the kindest to people of my race. But I'm not here to get political. I'm not here to get socially relevant. I'm just here to play a video game. I just wanted to bring that up there because I thought it was just funny. I just thought it was funny. That's it.
That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien.
And we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, you're dealing with aliens now. Fuck a murder. Fuck a human being getting killed. We got goddamn aliens now. Fuck. He was E.T. E.T. the extraterrestrial.
This proves that something really happened in the front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plan.
Hey, if you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked.
Don't give us dumb opinions, man. I'm
just gonna spray as many areas as I can until something glows.
Why am I getting a reaction here?
There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What's this?
It's called luminol testing fluid.
When'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief.
God damn it, he's still on the $50.
I'll just borrow $50 from the chief.
Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Oh, I better jot this down in the floor plans.
Hey, pal, look at the time.
Is there something you needed to go? Was there something you needed to get? Was there something you needed to be going to? Oh, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, but that was just showing up the rest of that cough drop. Didn't want the audio to pick that up. Was there something you needed to be going to?
It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be wrapping up soon.
Oh! Okay. Even better. Oh, let me move my cam so you can see what we're looking at here. This character, he also shows up in the next game. And he is as stereotypical as you can get. So, do with this information what you will. Why does he look girly pop? He's French. I will leave it at that.
I'm gonna go give them my report for the day. I might help you, you know. It might help you, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems? I'll put myself back over here.
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure you could use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Later.
Alright, finally, you did it. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I was not expecting the bellboy to show up. I forgot he's in this.
Oh, guests. My apologies.
Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? Again, just watch it. No, he's... No. He's just a quick cameo. Just a little fun little cameo. We don't see him again.
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Oh, give me 1 second. Just gonna blow my nose. Also, I love this microphone so much. The mute button is on the top of the microphone. So I can just press this button here. Couldn't hear anything. Nothing from the cameras, nothing. Couldn't hear a damn thing. I love this mic. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? You're back from the district Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's
prosecutor's office inquiry.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry.
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow.
The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
Alright. First off, why the fuck is your name on here, you piece of shit? Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please, don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it.
Screwdriver. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. AI 16.
Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
Well, bitch, you shouldn't have showed it to me then.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
I'll pass on the tea.
Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on, anyway?
Emma's not on our side, by the way. She has been nothing but a backhanded complimenter who rides on the Edgeworth hype train, even though she asked us for help. Who is this lady? This is Emma Skye. Let me go to profiles. This is Emma Skye. She is our replacement. I almost fucked it up. She's our replacement Maya because Maya left to go back to her home to practice her spirit medium training. She is the sister of the chief prosecutor, Lana Skye, who is being convicted of murdering this man, Bruce Goodman, who is a detective who handled an SL9 case that involves him, her, him for some reason, and that's it. Also him. So we have another spiderweb conspiracy going on here. Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Or we can just talk to him like I wanted to do, huh? So, how did the inquiry committee go?
Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there was some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again?
I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago.
Are you okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however. Something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his result.
I see.
Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still.
Wow,
I've never seen him this out of sorts. What about when his dad died? What about that? What about when he became a prosecutor because his dad died? I just wanted to check this because I wanted to read the A116 tag. The tag says AI16.
What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said.
That makes it all seem the more suspicious.
Who knows?
Do you know Edgeworth's backstory?
Yes.
Edgeworth was the son of a defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth. Gregory Edgeworth was rivals with what was his fucking first name? Forgot. Gregory Edgeworth was rivals with Von Karma. I'm blanking on the first name. Gregory Edgeworth was the only man to ever give Von Karma his first he gave Von Karma his first penalty in a court case. Von Karma beat Gregory Edgeworth in that case, but the fact that Edgeworth's dad gave Von Karma that he gave Von Karma that penalty pissed Von Karma off so much that in like a blind rage, Von Karma was walking through the courthouse where Gregory Edgeworth, Miles, and Yanni Yogi, a then bailiff, were stuck in a elevator due to a blackout. Everyone was like suffocating from oxygen deprivation. Yanni was freaking out, tried to attack Gregory Edgeworth. The elevator started moving. Edgeworth, as this was happening, grabbed the gun that the bailiff had and threw it. That gun fired, ricocheted off the wall, hit Von Karma in the shoulder. Then everyone passed out. Von Karma grabbed the gun and killed Gregory Edgeworth. Then after Gregory Edgeworth's dad's ghost was summoned by the spirit medium Misty Faye, Maya and Mia's mother, and said the wrong person killed him. He thought Gregory Edgeworth's ghost thought Yanni Yogi killed him. He did not. So after that, Von Karma took Edgeworth under his wing. That's the incident. And you can listen to all about that soon. From the beginning of the game, yes. Also, Edgeworth was classmates with Phoenix and Larry, where during a school trial, Edgeworth defended Phoenix's honor of not being a thief because Larry did it, because fuck Larry. And that snowballed Phoenix into becoming a defense attorney. When he heard that Edgeworth became a prosecutor, he became a defense attorney because he wanted to ask Edgeworth why he became a prosecutor and not a defense attorney like his dad. No, you're still right. Edgelord. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you meant. You're still right, but I know what you meant. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay. Well, I don't think I have anything else to give him. I already gone through all this shit with him. Oh, she's gone. Okay, detention center. Nope, still Meekins.
Chief, Criminal Affairs Department. No? Okay, Police Department entrance. Guard station. Evidence room. Nothing. Shit. I still have to show Edgeworth stuff. Wait, no, fuck. I wanted to... There we go. Did I ever look at this? Okay, I can't. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. It's only the Blue Badger. You can talk to me about the Blue Badger, man. Come on. Oh, right. Oh, wait, no, we already went through all this. Dude, this is your knife. Just tell me what the hell. You're right back. Okay, no, really. You gotta give me something, man. Push a little. Like, give me a little pull of something. Brother, it's your statue. Come on, man. Alright, fine. Fucking, Oh, wait, no, this is new. This is new stuff. Oh my god, this is new stuff! Fucking, I missed talk. Oh, hold on. He won such a prestigious award. Why would he have just left it on the couch? Why did he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you'd think he'd want to show this thing off more than... You think he'd want to show this thing off more than that giant steel samurai. And again, Edgeworth has always been like that. Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me how he was like as... Tell me what he was like as a little kid. Back in elementary school, he won awards of all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. That doesn't exactly sound like typical elementary school stuff. But he always hated receiving awards. He'd make some smart remark like, I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me. That's how he's always been. Kinda gets under your skin, doesn't it? No. Okay, maybe Meekins knows something? No? Okay, what about the Blue Badger? Let's see if he can talk about the Blue Badger. Really? Nothing about the... Okay, man. Okay, dog. Maybe we can talk to Cheat. No. Wonder. Anything? Anything on you? Anything? Blood here? Damn, Edgeworth is based. Yeah, you right. Based in Edgeworth. Based in Edgeworth pilled. Anything? 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 Anything here? Huh? Anything over here? No. Oh! This blood must have been from Lana. Must have been from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At least at the time of the crime. And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, Just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Anything over here? Anything over here? How about over here? How about over here? Maybe over here? No? Whoa. Huh? Over here? Yeah. Alright, gotta head out. Take care. See you, Normelli. Have a nice rest of your night. Hopefully I'll see you next stream. But for now, for anyone that is still here, I'm going to be playing at least the rest of this until I'm done with this trial. I already showed him the damn thing, so I can't. Okay, no, I'll talk to Emma. Well, where should we begin? Oh, well, isn't it obvious? We should begin with what we know. We should begin with that, you know? That thing? The mystery of the... No, the mystery of the victim, Oh, the mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see, we should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Officer Edgeworth.
I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. But with all those rumors, you were even in the defendant's chair just this past December.
It was that business with him not reading that officer's report.
All about the killing at the police department, right? The chief of police was right about that. I can't help but think someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth.
There has to be something I'm missing. Like, dude, you have to give me something. Like, this is... Okay, man. You know what? And fuck you, man. How about that? How about I show your ID number 4 more times? Ugh. Whoa, what a view! It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump out of this window, the speed at the time of impact would be... Got it! Approximately 70.71 miles per hour. That's handy to know. They have something new? Look, that patrolman is saluting that other guy. Must be a detective.
Answer me. How many fingers do you see?
I'm sorry. I don't know.
That's 20 for the left, but nowhere near that for the right. Get glasses, officer.
That wasn't a salute, it was an eye test. They make a good pair. So either that guy has a concussion or he's just blind as a bat. Okay, there's gotta be... Oh, wait. Detective Goodman's evidence locker, it's empty. Only Detective Goodman himself can open this locker. So the person who took out that knife had to have been Detective Goodman. But why was it wrapped in the scarf, muffler, and stuck inside the car muffler? That yellow crime scene tape. You know, yesterday was my first time seeing that. It was always my dream to push through the crowd and just step over the tape. It's a little daunting to encounter it again so soon. I think maybe you're overreacting a little. It's blue and yellow paint here. This is all I need. This is all I need to paint a portrait of you, Mr. Wright. I am wearing a red necktie, you know. A piece of white cloth is sticking out. Looks like it's a shirt. You better tidy it up, or it'll get wrinkled. Hey, don't look at me. I don't leave it hanging out like that. I didn't leave it hanging out like that. Right, maybe we could do some luminol testing. Get some prints on this bitch. They can actually get the fingerprint. Anything? Anything popping up? How about on here? Wait a minute, wasn't there... Hold on. I swear, there's something on the doors here, too. Is there still something I need to talk with Edgeworth about? Like, I talked with him as much as I could that the game will let me, and I damn near showed him my entire evidence locker, man. Is there something I'm missing? No, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go through the entire list. And maybe something will come up. Oh wait, no, I already did this. I'm just testing literally whatever. I know you. You probably got a hold of some information already, right? Right. It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. No, Phoenix is talking about the time he shit himself at Taco Bell. Yes, he's talking. God damn it, man. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SO9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the department chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too. Then he was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I wanted to know is, why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more
extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't?
Of course not. I don't touch the evidence. Yes, I would do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this.
Here we go. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints.
It's been chemically tested for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will.
Edgeworth,
I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. I'll have given these to Detective Gumshoe as well.
fingerprinting set. Recovers fingerprints from handprints for comparison with fingerprint file. Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right. I do remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere.
Everyone say thank you, Edgeworth. Thank you, Edgeworth.
Without this, we can't test on the blue badger. He has a handprint on his face. No, hey, guys, the blue badger has a handprint on his face. Are we just gonna ignore that, guys? Guys, can we try it? Please? Please do the thing. Okay, here we go.
Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint.
Here, in the blood on the detective's evidence locker.
Oh shit, I actually forgot that was there. No, I see it now. I'm just gonna move my leg back into place. Sorry, everybody. Here we go.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger.
A finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell a difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose a finger.
Let's try this one. Okay, fuck you then. There's like a clear indent.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh. How'd you do that?
With A.
With A.
See?
Ah. It looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that?
With
why?
Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See?
Wow. That looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though.
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
I guess I better give it a try.
Ah! Aha! You did it! You found one!
But it looks nothing like a fingerprint.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck.
Out of luck.
The person who left his fingerprint must have worn gloves.
Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here.
Hey, calm down. It's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locker door again closely. Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprints outside the blood. Finally, we can test on this bitch. There we go.
Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling.
Dazzling?
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
So we're not done yet. This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right?
I guess she's right.
Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left these prints.
Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was?
I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints would most likely find on this evidence locker?
Gumshoes.
Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. This is where we got the luminal fluid reaction, right?
Right? There was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this?
Those are eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints.
That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
We only ended up finding it using chemical means.
Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, right. So that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis? Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high?
Don't ask me.
Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. No? Oh, okay. Oh wait, you can dust. Okay, hold on. No? Okay, well fuck. Really not giving me much to play with here. Aha! I gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this point, from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Here we go.
Gotcha, Jake.
You were here. You touched this. But why?
That is the question we must ask. Hey, these fingerprints, they... Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know?
It's Officer Marshall.
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall?
Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record.
That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place.
Oh.
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white bloodstain.
Why would Officer Marshall...
Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
Okay, while we're on this to be continued screen, I'm going to go use the bathroom, probably get a drink, I'll be right back. And I am back. Sorry for the wait, everyone. But let's continue this trial. February 21st. Oops, shit. Phone fell. Sorry about that. Phone fell. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
So, what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time.
And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It was as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they would seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I am as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Skye? We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, I'm going to accuse Mr. Marshall.
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye?
Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
Give me a second, need to blow my nose. I went outside for a little bit because I left something in my car, something I'm very proud to currently own. It's not the Blue Badger. I wish it was the Blue Badger. It's not the Blue Badger. I only found out that they made those today. I'm going to buy one as soon as I can, but it can't be right now. Give me a minute. But it's something cool. I got a little toy. I got a little SH Figure Arts toy. I've been collecting them a lot lately, as you can see from my shelf over here. Got like a whole collection. I got like one non-SH Figure Arts figure. But I'm gonna put them. It's Krillin, by the way, from Dragon Ball Z. February 24th, 10 a.m. District courtroom number 9. Also got chips with me. Oh. Sorry, everyone. Squad is now in session for the chips. One more delicious chip. Squad is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Let me try that one again. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow. This is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well. Let the trial resume. Let the trial resume. I'm going to have another chip. Judgy wants a chip. And a drink. Oh, God, that's actually, I'm sorry. Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the stand. As first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir! My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir!
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone again! Sir, you got to believe me, sir!
Actually, we'd like to...
Sir? Oh, wait, no. Sir? Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir!
Do we have another one? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Another spam damn. Damn spam damn. Messages. I hate those. I hate those so much. Like, why would I need a bot? Why in the hell would I need a bot? Like, if people want to come watch me, I would rather they come watch me. I don't need bots. I don't need fake views. I don't need anything like that. If people want to come see me, then I'm more than happy, more than willing to have 5, 10, 15, 100, 1,000. I don't care. All I want
is to not have them be fake. I would rather real people show up and tell me I suck at playing a video game than I would a bot sitting there aimlessly, just pretending to be a viewer in the stream. It's gross, and I hate that.
A person whose actions adults can't A person whose actions adults can't what the fucking Meekins? A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir.
Officer Meekins. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
The victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Hold on, Judgy needs another chip. Nice barbecue. Nice flavor, this one. Good. Good on the taste. So, the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
This man is more than ready to catch a body over a goddamn family motto.
I respect it. I respect it. I respect that. I respect that. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Smacking you upside the head? God damn.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day.
Mr. Meekins, you work in the general affairs. You work in the general affairs. Whoa. You work in the general affairs department, don't you?
Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. That's a scary scene. But if you keep the camera rolling. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right around my neck, sir.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is, sir. I found it. This is the one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 494989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh. But the number 4989596 is shown to be used twice.
Please explain this, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him from everything. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That's when I spotted the man on the security screen.
So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir! A knife!
Meekins, what do you have in your hand?
A knife, sir! No!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be? Your hand wouldn't be? Welcome, Luna Aurora Rag.
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by the collar.
I thought. What exactly did you mean when you said you did it? I'm fine. Currently, I'm just trying to get through the rest of this case before heading into at least the first case of Justice for All, and then stopping there, probably picking up on Sunday and seeing where it goes. I'm gonna actually try and schedule these so I'm not just doing these constantly every day, and actually just doing them on scheduled days, get my throat a rest, and actually give people some time to actually show up and be excited for, and actually just be excited for when I actually show up and play some more Ace Attorney. What have you been up to? You do this every day? You don't have any work? I do this... I normally do this after work. Like, I work in the mornings, so I'm about 8 to 4, or 8 to 4:30. But, yeah, I'm trying to schedule these out. Like, I don't know when an exact date is going to be, but this is still very new and in the process. I'm still trying to get everything ironed out.
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife? The streamer's schedules depend on the streaming schedule. Yeah, normally those are dictated by, like, what days they're available to do those streams on.
and I also want to try and I want to try and actually, start having a day where it's just dedicated to doing this and not just constantly doing it every day. I am from Ohio. That's all I'm really gonna say. And thank you. I will definitely keep up the good work. You took his knife.
I spun him around and performed a disarming move. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver.
Hey, Miami. Hey, that's pretty cool. Oh. Cheers from all the way over here up north.
I make sure to close my eyes like a man.
Make sure to close his eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate.
Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. I also do work and playing games and streaming my game. Yeah. No, that's cool. That's really cool. I hope to catch one of your streams someday. I have been streaming. I actually just got back into streaming. I've been on Twitch. I've been doing it for about, I think the last time I did it was 7 years ago before I moved over to Mixer, and then Mixer shut down. And I just kind of stopped for a bit, came back around 3 years ago, stopped again because life was, life was just getting in the way, and now I'm just picking it back up because, I thought it'd be fun, and I thought I'd just do something that I enjoy and stream it, show it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Aurora. Thank you, Luna.
Hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. It's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Ah, yes, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains. Just never got around to it. Yeah, why don't you have emotes in your emote section? Yeah, I just never got around to it. Again, I'm just coming back to doing all this. I don't really have any dedicated emotes, nothing like that. I'm really just showing up and streaming. I honestly, genuinely, I don't care about getting famous. I'm just doing this because I like it. I genuinely do this because I want to stream, because I want to do it. If I gain an audience, great, awesome, good. If I don't, perfectly fine. I'm still going to be here and I'm still going to stream what I like to stream. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir.
Can I help you with something you need about? If you have any advice or anything like that, I'm more than willing and more than able to hear it. If it's anything that's actually goes on within the streaming things, I like to just kind of keep that personnel.
It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
So you don't need my help. Can I go? I do follow. You're great. Your follow back would appreciate. Yeah, no, you can go. It's perfectly fine. I'm still gonna be. I'm still gonna be here. Again, audience or not, I'm still gonna be here, doing what I love, and that's playing these games and showing them to you because I genuinely care. Like I genuinely care about what I play. So if this is your time to go, then hopefully I'll see you next stream. Good luck with whatever it is you do. And, if you ever still have the feeling to popping back up and seeing what I'm doing, go right on ahead. But have a nice rest of your day.
A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into?
You really just laid him the fuck out. That is crazy, man.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video. Video from the security camera placed in the evidence room. Security video added to the court record.
Yes. Well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker. He opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
His hand was bleeding. I did see the blood.
What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker, equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. Everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. He was wearing gloves. Issue is he was wearing gloves. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to register fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he tried.
The man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints. Then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this too.
Like, he was wearing gloves, so how did he open it with gloves? However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir? If I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened that fingerprint lock. It was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is,
unless the defense can find a problem with this.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Yeah, there's a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange.
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction.
Objection!
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out. You would want me to point it out.
Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching that video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not have been Detective Goodman?
Oh, shoot.
Let me just...
I wasn't going to read any of that because that was not what I meant to do. I mean, he was whooping his ass, too. Should I... The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this.
Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. But I don't get it.
Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine?
Don't look at me with those bleary eyes.
Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on, everybody. Getting a call. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know what it is. The light was already on. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins? Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it matches. They even kept a little picture. I thought it was just gonna be like the light, but no, they actually have to use Gumshoe's locker to show that yeah, no, they open like this. And you get to see a little picture of the character we're gonna see in the next game. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier.
Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit. We're getting lit here, ladies and gentlemen. The court, we're getting crunk on this bitch.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Order, order! What is the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime,
Objection!
But the locker's locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have been broken down. Break it down for me, Mr. Wright. Of course, I'm not an expert on this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would Oh, damn it, well, it's fucking with me. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh, well, it just goes to show officers should keep their mouths shut.
Damn, let me try that one again, because that was all over the place.
Oh, well, it just goes to show officers should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor. Something jam the sensors? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Well, there is. We saw a glove fall out. Very well. Let's expect the video once more. The locker was unlocked. Right, Mr. Wright, please point out the contradiction here.
Please, watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are. No. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
But this object would have been extremely thin to fit in that door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator. At the crime scene.
There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door?
I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
but we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to itself. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir? It would appear so, sir!
Order! 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 So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Objection!
Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Please testify about this.
Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke? A cruel one. A sick one.
Very well. Begin your testimony.
Let's see if I have... I think I have toothpicks. One of the chips got stuck in my teeth. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. I just gotta find them.
There's one other thing that proves that man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
An ID card record. I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor.
The ID used at 514 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime. Yes, no doubt this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Too. Although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination.
So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir.
Couldn't he just use his hand for that? Couldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let's hear him out fully. And we've seen one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. It keeps it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. I remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car. Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he can hide the evidence. I mean, is that man in blue a murderer? Stare at him. What the fuck? You've got the wrong color, kid.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak to you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth 2 missed something like this. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. At the time of the crime, wait. I think I know what it is. I think. Hold on, let me...
Objection!
Nope, okay.
Objection!
Aha! Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. He didn't have his card on him because it was it. Ooh.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, damn it. It's very important. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
A lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess.
You believe this something had to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure. There's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense.
Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. The man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department on 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime can only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness, observing the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
Gah!
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
Activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana...
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess?
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright?
Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I also walked right into the prosecution's trap. But I almost walked into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only.
The security video did not show the actual murder. However, it cannot be said that it cannot be said that it is unrelated. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor?
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. And is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considers the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we may have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed.
What are you going to do to his subpoena?
Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
The court is now in recess.
February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Anna? You're the one who knows everything! Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you bought what I asked?
You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
my name.
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Did I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here. You might do well to read them.
I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness to that case.
This guy was a witness?
SL9 incident files for the Joe Dark killings, solved 2 years ago. That reminds me of, well, just Joe Dark. In my head, I'm getting like Donnie Darko, like Simon Black type vibe.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with that serial murder. With serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're gonna ignore me?
Emma, why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident... Is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. Joe Dark? Oh, no, Lana! It's over with! No! Emma, wait! She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth, not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better take a good look at this file.
SL9 incident, SL9 incident number, SL9. Closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel. Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witness Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Executive investigators Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. So one of the people killed was Neil Marshall. Again, we're almost close to the end, so I'm just gonna keep pushing through, do a little bit of Justice for All, and then stop. February 24th, 12:14 p.m., District Court Room number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What did you have in there, man?
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trials of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, I get it.
Oh, I know you.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime, took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sand. No paper can shut him up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime, in plain old English.
Day of the crime, witness testimony. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Day of the crime.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone archer. They said it was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems, anyway. If I remember right, it was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail.
But you weren't. Because you have your fingerprints on the scene, asshole.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Well, yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak. Even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Van Gogh's. I can do this. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Van Gogh Sapias pasta.
Damn it, I had it.
Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Van Gogh Sapia pasta. What do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
It's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, Did you not want to raise this year? Hold on, let me...
Objection!
Yep. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
And you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That's it. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. You even got spurs.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with the head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well. You may begin with your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker when my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it.
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without a little doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. So then, what about the bloody handprint?
Wasn't mine. No mystery.
Please explain.
My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened
The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
on the contrary, one could argue just the opposite, the chance of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why?
Unrelated.
They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How did Jake know? How did you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports.
There was a blood stain on the scene. There was a blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion.
I can't let him squirm out of this. I've got to find something. Something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. Wait, should we present Gumshoe's thing?
Objection!
No, okay. Let's start from the beginning. Ah, damn it, hold on. That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't on that weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even knowing it.
Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood in the desert. This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's it.
Security tape?
As long as my trial isn't in there, you can't say what? You can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please continue carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
I think we got him. Because I remembered something in this video.
Objection!
No, present the video. What are you doing? There was some... No, Phoenix, what are you doing?
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime? You want me to tie me to this crime, isn't that, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection!
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots.
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. Or you might wind up being the one mistaking... Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. Or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at that video. Show us the incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
Shit. His watch is clipping. Oh no, there it is. Never mind. I was wrong. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in this video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit.
Oh, white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order! Order! So it seems... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it.
You fucked yourself, man. You just said... God damn it, man.
The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade. I hate to rain on your parade. But you're the only person who could open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I'll call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. A fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives that they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say? 8 words or less.
I only got one word for you, partner. No! Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst one I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Olay! Please answer the question.
What, is he now a bullfighter? What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Then let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall when the time occurred?
Where was Officer Marshall when the time occurred? Officer Marshall was standing right here.
So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory.
What?
Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload.
Now they're ganging up on me.
Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was.
Oh, wait a minute. Because Meekins is supposed to be the killer. Bam. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
Yeah, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd known for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show me his card, sir.
Yes. And how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have had to realize the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it?
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I was dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care of your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard. You don't see me complaining. I already said that. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no places to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall was dressed as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video's my only shot.
Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
If I remember correctly... And bam! For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know what end. Yet. However, something unexpected happened.
Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
All right. It seems the time has come.
Sorry. I'm sorry about that, everybody.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him down and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of that evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation.
Hold it!
When you said it, you mean
Do you even have to ask, partner?
SO9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer of that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, it's only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much? Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance, that's why. I stole the detective's ID and dressed him.
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card.
I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall? So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means to oh, fuck. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off?
Listen, let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID?
I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. Where did Edward get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it turned out that way. With me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and...
So you did your research beforehand?
Those who get into the desert impaired don't live long enough, partner. I didn't think it would make difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If it had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing at the time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying on that day, on that day... But the blood found at the scene clearly indicates a crime took place.
What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
You stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before you did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
What's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That's all we needed. He was arranged and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day of the SL9 case could be That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze me. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
Objection!
But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial!
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But
there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There's yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
I
rest my case.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize I would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Your Honor, wait!
Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I will be right back. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get right back to it. You do mean Wright.
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Sorry about that. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SO9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters are in the file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, when Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, I figured it out, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, it'd be sure to find a clue. I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No.
Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If you can save Lana, if anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me?
Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does anyone responsible doubt, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. If there's a problem with this, is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be more of use. But still, if you can find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could be something I'm missing.
Objection!
This handprint left at the scene of the crime clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes. This is strange. Take a look at these plans. Take a look at these floor plans again. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something that hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
All this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plan?
Blue Badger, it's not on there.
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here.
So?
So, watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime.
Well,
Well,
what?
that's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it will be impossible to place a handprint in this spot on the locker.
What? What? So that means... just what exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on the afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in.
Just one moment. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on tape, taken by the security system, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
This is ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
Objection!
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
Objection!
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place?
I demand you show your evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us. When did the first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
Well, there's only one piece of evidence that proves that there's only one piece of evidence we have that doesn't line up with everything. Let me see something with this tape. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have to have entered it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh, the ID card report. Record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at,
let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I would have never figured you had the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. It would have to have been just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away,
and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's take a look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777777.
Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777.
Miles Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up that owner of the card. At least at present. What?
Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We do not have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forges. That's just how prosecutor's office operates.
Objection!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you wouldn't keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana?
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her number ID, and it's not 777777.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. SO9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really use only legitimate evidence?
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me and investigate?
Hold on, let me.
Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did that? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence.
See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No!
Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. Okay, damn it. Trial would have to wait until the next morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are close to the end of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Rise from the Ashes, and therefore almost at the end of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have just a few, this is the third day of the investigation. We only have a few more bits to go, and then we'll be done, and then we'll start into the first half of Justice for All. I cannot wait. Let's get going. Let's not waste any time here. February 24th, 3:12 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SO9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dart killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about those killings but me.
Lana wanted Dart convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dart's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dart tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dart trial.
I didn't see that one coming.
I'm not gonna traumatize her with this shit. Let's just detention center.
Looks like they're questioning Lana again.
I guess we're not the only ones who want to question her.
Well, since we come all this way, why don't we go see Mr. Meekins?
Let's not say we did. I'd rather come back and do that later. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking for exactly what went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah? I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. Took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
Guess we'll just have to come back later.
There's no way. Edgeworth made it. There's no way he knew.
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you. And Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be a pet cactus.
Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. Just a voluntary appearance. But we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prosecutors head west? Why do prospectors head west?
If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about it. If there was ever a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, do you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's after all. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
Question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
The facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, and he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean
King of prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me? What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that was the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him, if they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation led Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen.
It's probably Phoenix that was saying that. Shit.
She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, I must have said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything.
That someone was Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
And exit Jake Marshall from the game, from the series. Fuck, this one hurt, man. I like Jake so goddamn much. He was really cool. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. That's Phoenix. Shut the fuck up, Lana. Shut the fuck up, Emma. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The detective seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter.
What? Dark case may have been fabricated. That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone.
Now there's a guy who cares about his work. Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. That's it. That's it. The villain used a time machine. Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi. The future might not be so far away after all. He's not writing a report, he's writing a novel. Well, there's only one place we can really go to. Never mind. The Blue Badger is still writhing around today. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department's been dancing about like crazy since the other day.
Hey, right, co-officers, baby?
No? Fuck. We have no one. It seems everything is somehow related to this incident. What was it labeled again? The SL9 incident? Yes. The name of everyone connected to this trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our answer. What exactly did or didn't Lana do? I'm not sure I want to know everything. You probably don't. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to make me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. I saw them burn a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about it?
No, I was only asked about it when I was attacked. It must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? I mean, provided bogus evidence. The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
Case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must have not been able to face up. She must have not been able to face up to what happened. She must have not been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in that instant that the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Mr. Marshall was stabbed right in front of the poor girl? Mr. Marshall was stabbed right in front of the poor girl! I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about the crime.
There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it?
You said you weren't in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor.
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective's office had the questioning room and right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dart case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her.
Lana? Mr. Wright, it seems that I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence.
I didn't think you were that type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh.
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change in jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
Excuse me. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. The trial really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant's cracked together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked at the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filled.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to this resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe you should ask more about this investigation of their 2 years.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dart.
Second in command?
That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same name, shared the same office, and the same investigation. Shared the same name. Alright, this is my... Hi, I'm Lana Sky, and this is my assistant, Lana Sky.
Hi, I'm Lana Sky, and this is my assistant, Lana Sky.
Hi, I'm Damon Gant, and this is my assistant, Damon Gant. They even had had the same office? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. It was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in the final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall left their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies?
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor injury. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident?
That's right. Quite a coincidence,
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance?
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's completely changed. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder.
This place is already pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks.
Oh, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying, which she did, and the decision about what to do, Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Oh, I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
I love the big-ass organ. Look at that goddamn thing. Fills the entire room. Fan of the opera style.
Oh, where am I? This is Jurassic Park. In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought it was a G. God damn it. I never could remember where C was.
Oh, it's you two!
Chief Gant?
Chief Gant! Put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocations. Provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? See that big picture on the wall over there? Let me try that one again.
Well, there's 2 key pieces of evidence that are in this photo that is really... Sorry, 3 key pieces of evidence in this photo that is really fucking up everything about this case so far.
See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it together to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though.
Gant team picture. Photo at the award ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil. Gant team picture added to the courtyard.
Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
At the same time, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with. It seems that case isn't over with yet. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our access to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he didn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way to get inside that. There's gotta be a way to get inside Gant's office. There's gotta be a way to get inside the chief's office.
Anyone over here?
Excuse me. Anywhere over here? Anywhere over here? How about here? Maybe here. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Aren't you supposed to... Detective Gumshoe? Are you supposed to be at the meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. I falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, As you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
in our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to the joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problem.
Seems you don't have any problem with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the film earlier. I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, right, I forgot. Oh, right. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, right?
Powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Oops.
Oh, no. No, no. No, don't need to be reading all that again.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
Businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
His car? So it was an accident.
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. He killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked...
Jesus!
The jogger came onto the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too. But luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma. About this.
Hey, it's that...
There's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, he had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a look good. You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Stark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. His autopsy report, stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Switchblade knife updated in the court records. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark.
Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money, if it's from... what is it? If it's money, you need to ask. If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock that door.
Wait, what? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's someone we could show... I wonder if there's something we could show him that would get him to change his mind. Never mind, I thought it was gonna be that. Oh, okay.
About that jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere.
Somewhere?
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives.
This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office, and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
Where could I have seen that before?
It's obviously the fucking thing, dude. Put two and two together. Are you stupid? Yes, prosecutors. There's something. There is something. I know there's something we have. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, right.
That's the ID card. That's the ID card record, isn't it?
Yeah. There's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. Nice. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
777777777.
That's 17 too many, Detective. Executive officer. Just might have a hunch. God damn it.
Oh, lost diner report, huh?
Very impressive, Detective. You knew what it was right off the bat.
Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know.
Master? That's such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. If things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold on. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Okay, that wasn't it.
I've been studying up on these files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth. Nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal. What was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Let me go to the detention center. Gotta present you with some shit, bitch. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence on court. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana. No, I'm trying to ask you about this fucking picture. Come the fuck on. Ooh. Oh, I need to hit you. Ooh. Ooh, you suck. Ooh, you suck. Here we go. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw the paper onto the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. It's another allegation to me.
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you.
Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
I wonder what he was writing before. Oh, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what that girl's crawling... Hold on. First, let me see what that girl's doing crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look. What? Let her...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
It's a letter of resignation. I wonder if I could use it for anything. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to. And nothing I can do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know you did it. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's errors in my error is my error. My responsibility as the police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth?
I take pride in my work.
tell me why. Why has it come to this? I mean, Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture, something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this.
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip on... Those receiving awards can't exactly skip on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up
At the office? Yes. Just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh, yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday.
So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? Because the chief asked you to?
That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like that was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different from yours.
Yes, you're right. As I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There was a story behind its design.
Story?
Sounds interesting. Well, would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me?
Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny.
If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant.
Alright, let's ask about this Maryland agent dog.
They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently, I was caught up in the smoke. I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others were right. I have no right to serve as prosecutor.
Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job.
I've always made my own decisions about what I can do and cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for something.
Excuse me? Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Miss Starr! I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence for that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. I don't have anything else to tell you. Miss Starr, the only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap. Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow.
Alright, so I guess we all just really have to talk to her.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo, Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Doc got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skies transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon, Gant, and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in cases he handled.
Incredible evidence?
You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. That's why I'll never forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gantz. Thanks to Chief Gantz's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then, no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know. But one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
Last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. It's gotta be something. You gotta give me something, lady. Come on. Any one of these. My badge? Alright, I got nothing. Well, maybe. Never mind. It's not even evidence. It's just, hey, Edgeworth's retiring. Edgeworth's resigning. Do something about it.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I admire your persistency. My answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
I gotta like a spam bot or something to like remove spam messages.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
If he's not, is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that. If somebody found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item.
Look at me. There's no secret I'm already out the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, detective. Thank you.
Snail this bastard.
Here goes Mr. Wright. Here goes Mr. Wright.
We're in. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting you to bail me out. Ah!
sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Damn.
Hey, don't do that to my card.
Phoenix, what the fuck?
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now, come on. Let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Never tell me the odds.
This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for invitations.
There's the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You damn right. You damn right. Fuck 'em.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh. Careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. And if he did, he'd never be able to get out.
Cut it out.
You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
This was taken on the day. It was taken on that day 2 days. No, it was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the question room. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? Thanks for fuck's sakes, man. Now I got 11.
Chief's organ show is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminals affair department.
It's on the 2nd floor. And this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to his organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detectives can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
So, it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. I wonder what the answer is.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. I want you to try my birth date. It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Well, bingo.
That's a bingo. Is that how you say it?
We just say bingo.
Oh, bingo.
What number did you enter?
Those birthday. Whose birthday was it, pal?
777777. Final ID card number on that record. What?
Now, I know that sounds bad.
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777. That ID number.
I think you're 1-7 shy this time.
This can only mean one thing. That Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shot from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else here too.
What's this?
It looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up a design?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shot from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I just can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. It's the fucking... Detective Gumshoe? Could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when us three put this together. I remember when the three of us put this together. I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, this one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Well, let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But,
Hey guys, get a load of this.
what is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
Reddish line.
That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar. Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragments found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces.
I feel a lot better now that this jar's complete.
But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the Chief's safe?
More importantly, why isn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway?
I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. The desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes. That's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
It's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to anyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
He's on that good cushion alcohol. I can't do it no more. If I keep going, I'm gonna get sued.
Ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk.
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any other clues remaining. Can I ask you something?
Sure. You only came in to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You just don't let it go like that.
Sorry? This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Okay, let's try the picture now.
Never mind. You talk about this shit now. God damn it. Any other evidence to show?
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
Oh, Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made out of.
Does he keep it in memory of her? In memory of her? Or in memory of the crime?
Okay, we gotta do something.
Gotta give him fucking something.
Hey, look there. It's hard to make out. There's a dark red stain here.
Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different though. His blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But that one's a line. This is odd.
Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom.
That's weird. It says, oh.
This night belonged to Joe Dark, right? You bet. If it wasn't for that piece of evidence, he would have been found guilty. He wouldn't have been found guilty. The broken tip from the knife was found inside the victim's body.
Ever since that case was solved, this knife's been in Detective Goodman's locker. How could it have possibly gotten to Mr. Edgewood's car? Not only that, but it was wrapped in Lana's scarf.
What's even more mysterious is whether that's called a scarf or a muffler. Answer me that, pal.
Don't you? Take a look at that. Have a look at that. Have a look at this.
I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints.
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your head out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Oh,
Oh, come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
oh. I knew that. This one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Must have been absorbed into the prints below the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. I'll give it my best shot. kind of result won't match any. This kind of result won't match any prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Let's try a different finger then. Let's try a different finger then.
Here we go. Uh-oh. Sorry, I felt something like really up there.
How could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing on here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old.
They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma, right? For now. Here, maybe we should hold on to this.
What is this piece of cloth anyway?
It's smooth. Sort of feels like vinyl. I think I've felt something like this before. Nah, I can't remember.
Seems like this is becoming a habit with you.
I can't keep anything in my head lately.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe is going senile.
His fingerprints were found on this cloth.
I have a bad feeling about this. Never tell me the odds.
Okay. I know what to do.
You, talk now.
Oh, wait a minute. The one thing we didn't get a chance to do. Spray. Give me something, give me something, give me something, give me something. Come on. Give me something. Yes!
Whoa! This area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that accident? Is this from that incident?
It must be. Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
2 years have passed, so the action's kind of dull. So murder really did take place here.
Okay.
I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces.
That's lotion.
Wow! Is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height.
Base height. Hey, let me see that. Blooming tall. New and improved growth formula.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, not quite the same thing as luminol.
That's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face.
Was Gumshoe buying dick lotion pills? Was he buying dick lotion? Okay, well, fuck. I got nothing else. We tried everything.
No, 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 that's not what I meant to do. Shit. Gotta be someone else. No. Shit.
Hey, that powder is used for detecting fingerprints.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us.
He did what? All I have is some flour. Are you serious, detective? Quick, run! Achoo! If there's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint.
Why am I not comforted?
Oh, lost item.
Okay, yeah.
Oops. I accidentally hit the Xbox button on my controller. Sorry about that. You saw that.
This is a handprint, right?
Yeah. Someone left behind an old stain on the Someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was must have really had an oily hand.
Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically.
Huh?
A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor. Getting wax all over your hand?
Well, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though.
It happens, you know. I've always slept on the floors at school after they're waxed.
What else have we not done? Because we talked about this. Oh, we talked about the idea already. Parking stub. Okay, just gonna talk about that. Okay, is there any place we haven't checked? Like, there has to be something. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Come on, lady, give me something.
Hold on. Maybe. Oh no! Fuck. No. Okay. I was gonna tell us about the story again. Okay. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since being a detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window. When he gets fired. Don't say that. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two!
Chief Gant! Put that paper he was reading in his desk. I almost forgot about the paper. Wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
List of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at that case name.
S09 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, Detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about evidence lists. Normally, they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there was a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
List of evidence, it seems too... This list of evidence... It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of that list be doing? Knew it. The chief must be hiding something about the case.
It would appear so. Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, you were able to get some hard evidence.
Now that's very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant!
You didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat? Hey, sir. Drop off your ID on your way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait. You. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
Sir? I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Look, pal. I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I would have never said it.
And I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, listen to me, pal. Listen to me. I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day of the trial. Tomorrow's the final day in court.
I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
I've already told you all I can.
You've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell the rest of the story.
I have to admit, I was a little more perplexed at first.
You insisted you did it. You insisted you did it. Yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think you're afraid is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name?
Well, Miss Skye?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies.
Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me more. And tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it? Why is it, though, that Chief Gant was never mentioned? Why Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was
me. I had access before I said. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
Yeah, it was the murder. It was the knife, wasn't it? You want proof of the chief's wrongdoings? Here it is.
That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right. That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right. But it's not the chief.
Who would that be?
Why, you, of course.
Me?
Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you, with what all your falsifications are. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you, with all your fallacious accusations. Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine?
I wouldn't mind spend tonight in the cell with you. If you ask me, you're the scary one.
Okay, so was it the pot? Yeah, it had to be the potted plant. Oh, wait. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? These are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as if you summarized... It's as if you surmised I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You possibly can't expect me to be able to tell you. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident? Serial killer Joe Dark's knife?
Yeah, because it's the little thing. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with the other knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well.
And then?
She saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them the other day. About one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seemed that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh. You mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He
disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
It's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
Okay. So I'm gonna level with you guys. It's 4:30. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll pick this up tomorrow. I promise. And when I do, we will finish this up, and I will do the first trial of Justice for All. And then stop it there. But right now, I'm very tired. If any of you are still here, thank you so much for joining me. It means the world. It means so much. You have my eternal gratefulness. You have my eternal thanks. You have my love, and you have my support. Because if you are here listening to me and have listened to me for the past 7 hours, or if you're just watching from the YouTube VODs, if you are here and you've listened to me for the past 7 hours, you have my eternal thanks. From the bottom of my heart, thank you guys so much. Right now, I need to go to bed. This has been Raving 5, and I will see you all next time.